Right then, good morning guys. It's getting on for the afternoon nearly, isn't it? Yeah. So apologies for the late start today. I've had the children off on half term, realised this morning it was pancake day, and then got railroaded into making pancakes for breakfast and what brunch as it ended up being. So yeah, and then they're off to the dentist as well, so I had to give them a kick up the bum and get their teeth brushed properly to make sure that the dentist didn't find bits of pancake in there when he gets his implements out. So yeah, it's been a full-on morning. Interestingly, I had an actual real-life Santa turn up to collect a pile of wood from that tree I cut down the other day. So we put it on Facebook Marketplace, one of these like free, not Marketplace, sorry, one of these Zero Wasters freebie groups. And a guy messaged, turned up and said, tell your kids that Santa's coming to collect the wood. I'm like, yeah, right, whatever. Obviously this guy turns up then with a big white beard. Turns out he is genuinely a professional Santa. It's Mr. Jim Kringle. So I was mildly amused and quite impressed, if I'm honest. So yes, busy morning so far. Now everyone's gone out the house and I'm free to begin. So last night did a little bit of a stream for an hour and a half, 2 hours or so. So we added the skirt, got the drapery on the cloth done. I added a little bit of detail to her hair and made these two cushions. So the cushions aren't finished in terms of painting. I need to do some highlights and things on them, so I'll do them later on. But let's get some sculpting finished first. I want to get the straps on her today. So obviously you can see the skirt. There's two clasps up at the hip. She's got a belt around her waist, and then there is about half a dozen straps coming down like the length of the leg down here, and kind of hanging over, and some of them are buckled up, some of them are loose, and whatever else. So we'll get them done. Once she's all sorted and finished up, I need to replace her feet, give her some toes, and I also need to merge the whole body together and just do a sculpting pass over it, just unify all of these kind of like separate shapes that make up the legs and torso and stuff. And then when that step's done, what I'll do is I've done a few. Let me just zoom in on her face so you can see. I've done like a few kind of skin texture like spot things on her face. I think I have anyway. Yeah, so for a minute I was thinking I'd just masked it, but yeah, so she's got these like little spot textures across her face. I'm going to put like a few like freckles on her nose to just to continue this over, so just put a few little freckles across here I think. But then what I'll do is I may use some of that design elsewhere on her body, so just give her a couple of little markings here and there. I need to do the book as well, so the book needs to be kind of floating, which could pose. Actually, I say it could pose me a problem. I think I'll be okay because I'm just going to quickly merge the clothes to the body, and I'll just add the skirt into that as well. Okay, so now her whole... Oh god, I need to do a teapot on it as well. 1 second. Merge down. Merge down. Merge down and merge down. Right. Now I think I've got everything. Right, so what I can do now is... I can move her further down the couch a bit. That brings her arm away from here, and I can make the book look more floating and less like it's resting on the side and more like it is actually floating. So I need to just pull this forward a touch. Let me switch over to multi-stream chat in case anybody's over on Facebook or YouTube. Okay. Right, so the first thing I know I need to do, I'm going to split these clothes out again. Now that I've relocated and removed the body, I need to get some sharper creases in that elbow. So I'm just going to boost up my Z intensity, I'm going to reduce the draw size, and I just want to kind of maybe not quite that much, that's a bit too intense. Let's get some Dynamesh on here. In fact, let's not do the Dynamesh yet. Let's just auto group first. Let's get this going. That's right. I thought something wasn't right. Didn't have a dynamic topology on it, so the mesh was getting a bit tessellated, a bit pixelated around here. One of the things I will be doing on this sculpt, which is different to what you'll see me do normally, is normally for these little clasps I would probably just sculpt the little clasp directly on. Because I want to poly paint this and I want to present it in a proper 3D presentation, any kind of materials or colour differences are going to have to be done by physical mesh separation. So these clasps and things, I'm going to have to sculpt them separately and then overlay them, and that way I can isolate them for the purposes of painting and colouring, shading and whatnot. Smooth some of this out. I will be doing a Dynamesh with a polish pass on it in a minute, so that's going to kind of like address most of this anyway, so I should just stop really. There are points when I find I'm just doing stuff that's redundant, and it's kind of habit a lot of the time. You have to like mentally check yourself and you go, hang on a minute, back up, you don't need to be doing this. Let's get some of this going. Okay, do I do the colour on this yet or not? Yeah, let's do some colouring. Okay, so I'm going to pick the colour that we've got here. I'm going to use this as my highlight. So I need to dial it down to a darker green. Switch my brush to a painting brush. It's just here. I just want RGB selected. I don't want to be affecting materials or anything else. We can turn off polypaint because you can turn off dynamic topology because I don't need that. And I just want to get some shadows painted in. So just basically anywhere we've got a recess at the moment, we're going to paint in the shadow. Right, I have got soft plastic on at the moment, which is wrong. It needs to be basic material, so I'm just going to actually fill everything here with just the material. So I'm going to turn RGB off. I'm just going to select M, which is material, and I'm going to fill object, which basically all of these clothes now are just going to be completely, even if I change this material, if I change this to like gold or something, or this chrome, it's not going to change the material. The material is now fixed. So let's get back to basic material. Let's get RGB back on, and let's do more of this good stuff with the dark greens. So I'm going to do this now as it is, and then I'm going to come in with the second pass of a darker green. To do the real extreme shadows. So I'm kind of painting the mid. We're going to use the light green as the highlight colour. So what I'm painting in is the mid-tones really. Mid-tones and shadows at the moment, but it's mostly the mid-tones. The shadows, when we get them in, they're going to be really like dark. Now I will say I'm using the colours on the image as a guide, but they're not going to match 100%. And part of that is me being colourblind and not being able to quite tell where we're at. And part of it is I'm using two different screens that have slightly different colour profiles. And for me, the colour profile on my tablet screen usually doesn't matter because I'm not usually worrying about colour. I'm usually worrying about form and stuff, so as long as I can see the shapes and whatever, it doesn't really make a difference. But in this case, obviously, I'm a little bit at a handicap in terms of trying to figure out what colour I'm actually using. Because I've got these two screens, I don't know which one to believe. So it's you know, frustrating. If anybody wants to do a little Pantone grab off their own screen and send me a Pantone reference for this green that you think I'm using, might help me to try and see where we're at. But okay, so we'll do a little bit here. Again, I think taking a bit of inspiration from the picture, what I'll probably do is once we've done all of this, I'll probably do like a shadow pass or a darker colour. I might even use a bit of purple in the shadows actually. So I do like using green and purple together. I'll save it before I do, just to make sure I don't screw it up entirely, but I can always come back from it then if I change my mind. But I've got a feeling it's gonna work out alright, but again, don't take the colour advice from the colourblind guy. I think is the best tip I can give you there. Now in here, I want to shade in the recess bit, but not the top part. I don't want to pick up anything on the top. I want it to be completely clear of the shadow, of the mid-tone, which I believe it is. I think we're okay. Right, and then we'll go here. Now one of the things you can do with ZBrush is you can use the focal shift up here. So if you want a really sharp edge to what you're painting, you can drag the focal shift all the way down to -100, sorry. That'll give you a really sharp edge, like this. Obviously it does depend upon the topology you're painting on. So basically what this is doing is every single little section here, it colours one of these faces. So where you've got really large wide topology, large broad topology, your painting is less crisp and less accurate. So for the ideal paint job on these, you need to have a decent amount of usable topology with lots of faces. And then if you come up to like plus 100, sorry, then actually it's so there's barely any kind of like colour being applied. So you want to go for you want to go for something that's kind of appropriate to what you need, but also let's get this poly Dynamesh done. So I'm going to keep my groups active. I'm going to crank it up to about 1,000, and we're going to Dynamesh it. Hopefully I should keep all of the detail up in the shoulder here. But now if you look at the mesh is like a super dense super dense mesh. And what I can do is I can hold shift down and get to my smoothing tool. I can reduce the Z intensity to, in fact I can turn the Z and off, any Z intensity, and I can just come across here smoothing, and it'll start blending the, it should do at least, why is it not working? It's too subtle to blend at the moment. It'll start smoothing all of the edges out, so any like really sharp transitions you got get softened. Okay, so let's go into the jumper then, the jacket. Let's resume painting on this one. So we're going to shrink the brush size down to something that lets me get into the nooks and crannies. I'll paint the undersides, add shade to the depths. And importantly, if I screw it up, I can always come back in and I can pick the colour from the highlight. I'll come back in and I can retouch up and paint the highlights in as well. Okay, so have to be too precise, but if you are precise, it saves you a bit of cleaning up later. So, see where you want to spend your effort. And one of my tips for you as well as a painter, whether you do digital painting or digital sculpting or miniature painting with brushes and paints, don't get too married to your work. So if anything doesn't work or if you screw anything up, always remember you can just paint over it, but allow yourself like the comfort of knowing that as well. So if you overcommit to your work and put it up on a pedestal because you're really pleased with it, really proud of it, whatever else, it's going to be that much harder for you to try and like physically scrap it when you need to. So yeah, just remember that it's just another piece of work, and everything you've done on it can be undone and redone. So you don't have to get too fixated on it, if you like. And it should help you to progress a little bit then, once you let go of it a little bit. I'm not saying don't care about it, but if you're over precious, you'll hold yourself back. And I know because I've been there and I've done it myself, so I'm talking to you from a position of experience there. So I'm using a broad brush with a soft blend on it, a soft edge. Let's get that darkness in. Let's get some colour transition going on, a bit of gradient. It's like at any point on this sculpt now I can just literally just select that light green colour by dragging my cursor over. In fact, let's pick it now as my alternative colour. So if I press my Alt key and I paint the Alt key now, I'm actually painting the highlight back in, so I can, like, there we go. So that's wrong there, okay? So I can now Alt key, I can paint it back, so I can go back and forth between the darker shade and the lighter shade, and that's going to help me to get this done a bit more effectively. I should have put it on earlier. Why didn't I think of that? Same with anything on this, use broad, large brushes for your bulking in to get your mass majority stuff done, and then dial it in with a finer brush to do your details. Don't try and use the tiny little piddly thin brush for everything, because you're setting yourself up for a failure. Well, not a failure, but well, actually, yeah, there's certain things you can't achieve with a small brush, like if especially if you're painting large areas. But you're going to miss parts, you're going to leave more brush strokes and things, but also it's going to take you a lot longer, and you're going to feel like you're not making any progress on it. So you have a choice. Either keep chipping away with the negativity of not finishing fast enough, which is like a mental stigma in your own head kind of thing, or work in multiple passes and multiple iterations to get to the final effect, but see the progress as you go. And psychologically the second one worked far better. Psychologically for me, I need to pull my finger out and get more bits sculpted on her to get this closer to finished. It's nice having things poly painted on the fly and getting bits done as we go, but I also need to get this model actually finished so I can get it ready for the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter page is set up and everything. All the pledges are set up, I just need pictures to go in there. So I need to get this lovely lady finished, get the supports done, get her on the printer, take some photographs, get some renders done, etc, etc, but I can't do it until I've got the finished physical miniature. So I'd love to have this lovely lady painted before the Kickstarter goes live, but that is not going to happen. So I'm just going to take what I can get, and it's going to be the colour version here, I think. Large on this bit, we're going to do the undershadow on the arm. Where's she gone? So let's, I think I need to do more on this shoulder. Yeah, I do. I need to just kind of do a bit more on the shoulder up here, and then we'll move on to the next step. I'm not going to do the extra highlights on the clothes just yet, because this will help with the readability anyway. And I can spend a lot of time tinkering on the next section. So let's get the model sculpted first, get that mental gratification that it's progressing. Let's get that done. And I think this is the thing as well, if you're an artist and you're ever struggling with motivation, or you're ever struggling to actually, you know, to get things done, or you're struggling with just motivation generally to kind of do your work and get what you need to do done, do something that's a small win. Give yourself a little bit of a feel good from it, and that will give you that little bit of extra motivation then to crack on. So don't take on anything that's too big for you, because that's always going to leave you feeling a little bit crap. I've overpainted there, that should have, that was an overshoot on my part. Let's just correct that. Okay, I think a bit smoothing. Oh god, right, so here's another tip for you then. When you're painting something and you're trying to smooth something out, make sure it's actual paint you're painting, or actual colour you're doing, not just the shadows on the model. I've just tried to paint the edge of a thing out there and realised it was just a cast shadow, so when I moved the model it went. I don't feel bloody stupid for it. No? Quite pleased with how this bit's looking up here. This bit over here I feel is looking a little bit too blocky. There's a lot of extreme contrast from light to dark without any gradations and stuff, so let's just tweak it a touch. Better. Let's get this bit done. I need to get more shadow under here, so enlarge the brush, give it a swipe down. And this side we're going to just come up here. Let's get the elbow in. Moving a model. sometimes if you miss the start of the model, if you're going too close to the edge, you end up grabbing the grey, you end up rotating the whole model around. You'll see me do it occasionally, you'll probably hear me grumble and groan about it as well, because it's just annoying. I've got no one to blame for it but myself, which makes it even worse. A little bit of a shadow here. I think if I remember right, the arm's leaning forward a touch, so this bit here is going to be a little bit shaded. Just a little bit, not too much. And again, the lighter you press on this when you're using a stylus, the lighter you press, the less you will apply your colour. So the sensitivity, what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? The opacity of the paint is dependent upon how hard you press. So you press very lightly, you're going to get a very light tint. Or you can dial down the RGB intensity and get it that way, so there are different ways of achieving it. But okay, let's have a quick check on our beautiful tiefling. How's she looking? Okay, so feathers done, clothes are about 50% of the way there. And I'm talking about the poly painting on the stuff that's done now, so I need some more extreme specular highlights. I need some, if I press BPR here, we're going to see how this is going to be affected in the actual light renderer. So you can see it looks pretty good. I'm loving the way the sleeves are looking. The sleeves are looking great, exactly as I was hoping. I feel like here I need to just adjust that line a bit because it's possibly clipping in just a touch too much. I'm just going to use a large brush. I'm just going to hold shift. I'm just going to separate away from her body. Okay, now we've got a little bit of separation in there, and that is good, but I don't like that bit there, so I'm just going to make sure that comes forward a touch. I don't want that gap between the kind of the halter neck strap, the side of the body, and the jacket, because that's a little resin trap waiting to happen down there, as is this little bit here. So we'll close that up in a minute when I join all of our body parts together. Come on. Right, let me just save because I don't want it glitching and going weird on me. Guys, give me a sec, let's stretch your back. There we go. Okay, so next thing I need to get done on her is the belts and stuff. So let's make these little clasps. Let me just pull my reference image out so I can zoom in and get a proper look at them. In memory, I think they were just like kind of shield shapes. So, come on, where are you? found her ever so easy yesterday when I was looking for her. So I really need to move her into a better location. I think I can just see her easily. Okay, so let's look at these straps down the bottom and the clasps. Oh, she's got a bracelet around her wrist as well, which I definitely need to add, and the book. Let me do the book first, because the book is going to assist with the pose. So we'll get that in. So I want to... let's turn dynamic off. Should have had that off ages ago. Okay, so we'll do this. We're going to use a kind of... oh, it looks like it's the same kind of green as the clothes, doesn't it? So I'm just going to lighten it off just a touch. Okay, so we're going to fold this. Fold it? I'm going to fold nothing. I'm going to just bring it down, scale it. So this will be the back of the book. Now again, I said before about using the book, or using different objects. So what I'm probably going to have to do here is I'm going to duplicate the book. So this will be book front. Let's duplicate it for book back, so it's the same size. And then, yeah, let's do book front. Then we move the book back over, so we've got a thing here, and I need to put a spine in. Okay, so for the spine, I'm going to add up here where is it now? Here. Oh no, don't want to do that. Not here. Okay, let's split the masked bit, which is the actual book. Rename this to book spine. Okay, so I'm going to bring this over here. I'm going to leave the top off. I'm going to run it all the way through, and I'm going to divide it a couple of times. Okay, so it's going to make it smooth, but also it's going to start tapering off at the top and the bottom of the so I need to dynamesh it with a bit of resolution. Say no to that. Okay, so I'm going to take it here and here, group and dynamesh again, and now this time I want to take just that middle section and delete the rest, and I'm going to stretch this so it fits the gap. It doesn't matter if it's entirely right, I can trim the whole book down afterwards, so it's not the end of the world. But if I can get it to fit now, it's all good. That's pretty decent actually, I'll call that a win. So we've got the book spine, we've got the book front, we've got the book back. So I need to, turds. So slicing my book spine didn't work as I had hoped. Okay. So basically this started out as a cylinder, what I actually need to do is I need to append another cube to here. And here. And then while I'm at it, I might as well bring another one over here. Go to there. Okay, so what this is going to do now, I'm going to merge this cube together. I'm going to bring it up and I'm going to do a Boolean operation. So the spine of the book is my start tool. The cube thing I've just created is my Boolean mesh, which basically you select that option there. So not the arrow, not the first one, the second one. And then I'm going to click on the first one again, the book spine. Make sure it's above the Boolean mesh in the hierarchy. This has got to have the arrow click, so it says start on it. And then we're going to merge down, okay. And then we're just going to hold control and drag on the mask to Dynamesh it, and this is going to fail now, I think. Let's see. No, it worked. So I thought it was going to fail because I hadn't done the Dynamesh before I started. I think you're supposed to have the file Dynamesh first. Okay, so we can see the mesh here. I'm just going to stretch the book spine out a touch so it overlaps into the book, just like that. Okay, and then I'm going to stretch it all the way up and down so it fits the gap. There you go, we're going to call that a win. So we've got a little bit of a, let's do Dynamesh again on it. Should re-Dynamesh that. I'm going to take a mask rectangle. I'm just going to do an extraction there. It's way too thick. Let's bring that right down. Let's go 294. Still too thick. 178. Good. Okay, so with the 178, where's it gone? There. Okay, you can. Come on. Always focus your mesh, because that is the pivot point. The center of this is your pivot point. So if this is off up here somewhere, the second you rotate it, you're going to have what I just had, and it's going to do your heading. So I'm going to delete the internal geometry. I'm going to go delete hidden, close holes. I'm going to go for about 1000 resolution, polish it, and Dynamesh it, right? So auto group again, symmetry activated, so I want L symmetry on, and all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to use the H polish tool. I'm just going to gently buff the top so it removes all these undulations and lumps and bumps and whatnot, and give me a smoother mesh. Okay. And that's it, done. Okay, so that can be kind of gold. This one needs to be filled, so let's just do a quick fill operation. Colour fill, fill object. Oh, I'm sorry, I saw the wrong one. Fill object there. If I take the poly groups off, you can see the ends are now green instead of white like they were before. And for this one, I want this. Should we go for? Should we go for gold? There's lots of gold on her, isn't there? So should we use the same gold that is on the sofa? Okay, so that was metallic. So the basic material on this one is it's just metallic, metal 01, sorry, that one. Why has the dress just changed? I had that set. that, I need to make sure I've got the material fill back in on that one. So that needs to just be basic material. Material only, and I'm just going to do fill object. Okay, so that should be now. If I change this back to metal, it shouldn't change this. Okay, so the other clothes have changed, but the dress has not, so that's absolutely fine. So we're going to come back to the little wraparound on the book, and I want to select the mid-tone of my gold, which is like here. I'm going to do a fill object, but I want to fill with mRGB. Okay. So there we go. mRGB filled on that. Emoji, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been doing the sculpting, we've been doing the painting on this one, so it's been a little bit of an unusual project for me. If you've watched many of my other streams, obviously you'll know I'm normally just sculpting models, getting them into the supports and then getting them ready for 3D printing. But this one, as I said earlier on, is a Kickstarter model. So I need all the pretty artwork to help sell it and for branding and marketing and whatnot. So rather than pay for a miniature painter to paint the model, I'm going to do this. So I've been working on the table was done on a previous stream, the sofa was done on a previous stream, she was painted off stream, but I posed her up the other day while I was painting all the other bits. And then today yesterday I sculpted all the skirt and everything. Today I've been doing the painting on the clothes. Made the cushions yesterday, so they need painting and detailing, but I need to get this little book ready for her, so she's got a little spell book in her hand. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of fine detailing and stuff now to get her kind of wrapped up and finished off, but I'm pretty confident, probably another day's work on her, and we'll have her done and ready to rock. Right, so I need to do the sun and the moon and all those details on it. So I'm going to duplicate the book front. Okay, so the book front is duplicated. Now what I want to do with this one, I need to shrink it a touch. Okay, so I want it to be marginally smaller. So I'm just going to go to transparency. Just want it a teeny bit smaller so that it doesn't share, the planes of this bit don't share the same frontage as the bit above, because what happens when you merge the two things together, you get a weird surface texture coming on them. So up the top now, I need to make sure this has got a decent amount of resolution, because this is going to matter here. And I'm going to Dynamesh this book front 1, and this is where I'm going to do all of like an extrusion on this for the patterns. So I need my kind of sun pattern up the top. Not like that. And you could use stamps and things like that for this, but I'm not sure it's worthwhile. By the time I faff with stamps and things, I'm going to be taking a lot longer for a minor detail. And obviously I know this is for a miniature, so I know it's going to be a small element, you know what I mean? So get the rough shapes in, and I'm going to come around and just clean it all up. So it's going to go around the outside. How are you today anyway, on the OG? Up to anything nice? You've been making pancakes? Personally, mate, I'm all pancaked out. Okay, so let's just remove that bit. Hopefully this won't be going through to the other side, so we'll see. So it didn't go through some good. As soon as this is finished, mate. So the Kickstarter will be live literally as soon as this model is ready. The Kickstarter page actually is already made. It's literally ready to be submitted for approval, and the only thing I need is the images. So I mean, literally the minute this model is ready to render, I'll be submitting the Kickstarter page for approval, and then start plugging the hell out of it and start getting some interest in it. So I had about 400 or 500 backers on my previous Kickstarter for the Barbarian. So I'm hoping those guys are going to kind of see this and go, oh yes, we'll have that one, thank you very much. It's not going to be expensive either, do you know what I mean? It's not like it's going to be a major expense for anybody. I want to keep it budget friendly, so. Yeah, if you're following on the Patreon or you're following on the Facebook page or anything else, the Kickstarter will be advertised all over the place. So if you're following me anywhere, you'll see it. First port of call will probably be the mailing list, because Kickstarter backers will be on that. Let them know it's coming. Okay, so this one is done there now, so let's do what I was going to do. Yeah, I've got nothing on that side, so this is the plan, watch. So I'm going to invert the mask so my sun and the moon and the star are all visible. I'm going to bring them forwards just a smidge. Now this crappy pitting you can see is because my mask is not complete, so I just need to come in here and just make sure I've properly unmasked all of the bits. I'm just going to double tap a few times. I'll just sharpen up the edge of my mask, and let's try again and see where it needs to be done. Okay, I think I got it all. Don't want to protrude too much through. I'm going to keep it back to about there. There's a small shallow surface detail, and then I'm going to polish that, and I'm going to fill it with the metallic colour. Okay, now when we look at it without the transparency on, okay, so it's a little bit too close to the surface still, so I just need to drive it back a bit, shrink it in just a touch. There you go. So I want the details to come through, but I do not want the background to come out. So let me just do this a sec. Okay, so that's too thick now. So let's just bring it back. that is perfect. Lorraine the King, hello. You would like to order a STL creation for League of Legends character. I possibly could do them. My only reservation would be if it's for personal use or for sale, because obviously for sale it's got copyright issues, which obviously as the creator that's a risk for you, obviously more than it is for me, but it's still kind of my name on that. For personal use, got no issues with it. So yeah, you could ping me a message and ask me offline if you want to send me a brief and we can have a chat about it. If you're on Discord, let me just do the Discord thing. There we go. So we've got the Discord server there. So I say if it's a personal project, you want to message me about it, ping me a line, and we can talk costs and timescales and see what you're after. Okay, so I'm gonna do the circles, but I'm gonna do them in the same way as I did the awesome Lorian. Thank you. I'm just gonna do the where's it now? This thing I just did a minute ago. No, it's not going to work, they're too wide. Let's try again. Okay, I've got a feeling I'm going to have to do another duplicate of the book front again. I'm going to have to do exactly what I did a minute ago. I'm going to do the... Do I have an alpha for the ring? I actually do. Or not. Let's see if that was any good. Okay, so if I... Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do dots, I want to do drag. Oh, right, so I've stuffed up already here because I've picked the wrong thing. Okay, so let's go for kind of here as the... Well, that's not working at all, is it? I haven't got any resolution. Give me a sec. Okay, so this one is not great because it's too fine, it's too gradiated. So let's try doing it this way around. So if I do... Oh, I know why. That's what I need. And again, I keep forgetting to do it with the right bloody brush. Right, that's not going to work. I'm just going to do it by hand. This is really painful now. Let's turn the alpha off. Okay, so I'm just going to do a lazy mouse. Does that look about right? Let's do that, and then we'll do one here. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the best way of doing it. I don't want to do an extraction. I want to just do a simple extrusion, really, just so it's just to keep it easy for me. Except it's not turning out to be easy for me. It's trying to get the thinness of the curve without. I suppose I could use a curves brush, but then it's a lot of faffing with it. I think I've kind of got it down now. So I'm just going to do the first extraction on this now. I want it to come just higher than the stars and the moon. So there we go. That's going to come just a little bit. And then I need to duplicate the book front again. And this time we're going to do a big. Oops. Let's give that some resolution again. We're going to go from corner to corner this time. I'm just going to go up and over. Do you know what, I can symmetry this, can't I? Z symmetry I need? Y symmetry. Oosh, there we go. See, my issue with using extractions is they never come out clean, and you have to end up tidying them up a lot. So if I use this, I'll do a polish on it, and I'll do the same on here. Let's polish that. Okay, and let's set that to gold. We'll fill that as a gold object. We fill that one as a gold object. Then what I can do is come back to this one, mask the surface off. I can thin this bit out, bring it up a touch, down a touch, so it's hidden in the mask. And we'll do the same on this one. Just take the bit I need and thin the rest of it out. There we go, we can't see it on the inside. We have the shapes on the front without any extra weight to it. So that actually is pretty much exactly what I was after. Now the only thing I need to do is the corner piece. So I'm going to duplicate it again. This time I'm going to just cut the corner off and then inflate it and then just cut the middle out, I think. I'll just notch that shape in. So I might group it even and just delete the bit I'm not using. So let's do Dynamesh first, and then I want the corners with my Y symmetry again. Let's have Z symmetry on this time as well, so it gets the back side of the mesh. I should be able to flip this over afterwards as well, which would be most handy. Just turn laser mouse off a minute while I'm just doing some fine detail. Yeah, the problem I always find with extracts on the OG is like, and again I will say that everything I do in ZBrush is self-taught, so there's got to be 1,000 ways of doing stuff that it's just not in my toolbox, if you know what I mean. So I'm always up for learning new bits myself. But I always find when I do an extract, no matter how clean my mesh is, the edges always end up like ridged and awful, and I end up spending a lot of time then faffing trying to make it work. and that in itself is kind of unproductive. And sometimes, like I say, I might know 10 or 15 different ways of achieving the result I'm aiming for, and it's just that point in time where you go, this is the one I'm going to use right now, and you don't always realise that it's going to be. So here we go. I'll do an extraction now. So I'll do an extraction with, was it 0.178? I think 0.178 thickness. Come on. So I'll leave the T border on. I'll leave it on double. So extract surface smoothness. Let's bump that up a little bit and see what that does then. But we'll do an extract and we'll see. That's not actually bad, is it? Okay, I have to admit there that was better than I was hoping for. So let's just do a front surface selection, invert that mask, and I just need to bring this out proud of the other bits. So let's locate my mask center again. Let's turn off the symmetry. Oh hang on, I had symmetry turned on when I masked the back, didn't I? And I masked the surface off. Okay, so that is where we're at now. That is a little bit thick, I think. Can I get away with it? Ain't gonna be the end of the world, is it? Right, now for this one. So here's a weird one for you. Who's at my front door? Bear with me, guys. Just gonna pop you on mute a second. That's a delivery. It's fine. Okay, so okay, for my own OCD, that needs to be there because we can't have that dodgy little ridge that was on there. I'm actually really impressed with that extract then, the way that came out, because I was not expecting that edge to be as smooth as it is. Okay, so what I need to do, I'm going to select the mesh with the star, and this is going to be bloody awful, so I do apologise, but I don't care because it's inside the mesh. I need to rotate and reposition that star a touch. So we can just do that with a polish pass. Yeah, I know. I know, and I should have used it, shouldn't I? It'd have been easier. Yep, there it is. There's also a circle one as well, which I also should have used, but like I say, common sense eludes me at times. Well, I'm going to come over here, I'm just going to pick a few of the colours that I want to use just to detail the front of the book. So I'm going to use the light silver for a few bits, and I'm going to use the darker grey now. Okay, so right, now they should have been filled this colour first, so I'm going to just fill them. Okay, so everything now is gold. I love them when I remember about them as well. You know, there's times when you're trying to do things quickly, you're trying to be productive, and you've got your A game on in your brain. It's only in your brain. Let's turn the poly groups off. Let's put some of the darker one there. I'm going to go to this one here. I'm going to do a little bit of dark going through here, just to give me the a little bit of non-metallic. Oh no, I don't want that. Not on both parts. I'd love to say the same, but so many times I end up spending a long time on it. I mean, these ones as well, where they're personal projects, I don't mind spending a bit more time. This isn't like a client piece. I've got one client piece that's gone on for like 18 hours, and it's you know, when you kind of go, oh god, that one again. I'm kind of at that point with it. But I need to see it through and finish it as well, so it's hard sometimes. Oh, Mioji, have you posted your your Instagram links and stuff into my Discord yet? So if you haven't, I'd love to see your work. I'll go through do a little bit on here too. Let's just do no, that one, not on. I want it to look symmetrical. Okay, so let's switch and go for my lights. What's going on? Oh, nice one. Cheers on Mioji. I'll have a little gander. Oh, nice. I like your Slanesh, your Sister of Battle, that's pretty cool. Guys, I'm just going to show you that, okay, because that's awesome. That's pretty epic, mate. Oh, and the Draugr as well. Let's get these down because they're just cool. There we go. Very, very Skyrim there. Look like they're going to jump out at you in a dungeon. And the Blood Knights. Awesome sauce. See, again with these, I want to ask you, how did you do your chainmail in these? Because I don't know if you've seen my recent donut mail. It's got a similar look, but it's not as clean. Paints nicely. Doesn't render up as well. But I need to make some refinements to my donut mail, you see. Oh, she's cool. So is she some kind of tyrannid? Nice. The last one there, Stan, is she some kind of tyrannid? Like hive queen or something? Oh, we got another one coming in. Ah, right, so you literally got a little ring. Ah, right, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. How do you apply that when you've got to do it all over? Like, if you were doing like, if you were going all over someone's body with it, so like, you know, if you're doing like legs, or if you had to do chainmail trousers and boots kind of thing. So some of the stuff I've been doing, I've been painting recently. I've been doing a lot of, I've been painting a lot of Baron's War models. And I'll show you this. I was going to show you their website, just because I love the models really. But let me just show you their things. We've got foot-saw miniatures here. They're all 28mm metal ones that are sculpted in green stuff, so they've done the old school way. And we have this like chainmail where they've got like full chainmail sleeves and gloves. A lot of the guys have got like the big chainmail skirts. They wear chainmail trousers with boots and stuff. And this is why I came up with my donut mail kind of thing. 'Cause it was, I used to sculpt in green stuff back in the day. It's like 20 years ago. I was doing green stuff sculpting. Bear with me a second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I had to jump off because the wife was called in. She's just had the kids at the dentist, so I wasn't sure if the little and that to have teeth pulled or not. It's got these shark's teeth kind of coming in, which basically when the baby teeth don't fall out, and the new teeth start coming in. So we weren't sure if he was going to have extractions today, but the dentist doesn't want to do the extractions, so I said let it go normally. So we just have to wait and see how it goes now. So yes, and like I say, when I'm doing chainmail, I tend to do it like I'll sculpt the former for the chainmail, and then I'll hand paint the detail over the top. But obviously you can imagine that takes a bit of extra time then, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? To hand paint all of that, you know, chainmail detail. It's pretty soul crushing, to be honest. But I do like the look of it. It's just a pig to actually do. Hey Laurie, no worries. Yeah, ping me a message whenever you're ready. I'll look forward to hearing from you. Yeah, I see. Oh, I see your chainmail again. Yep. Nice female Nurgle warrior there. Yeah, I'm the same. I tried loads of different techniques for chainmail, and I've never really found one that I really like, that I want to kind of go back to. The donut mail has been my closest, but like I say, it's just so time consuming, it's just ridiculous. I'm going to call that done for now. It's not perfect, but it's as good as I need. I'm going to come to the book itself. I'm going to pick the green up. I'm going to take a darker shade of the green. I'm just going to do a little drop shadow on it. So, oh, hang on, I need to, don't know how much again down on. Here we go. Right, so we got, what's going on? Let's go for my it's one of those things. I'll be honest. The amount of times I've just shied away from doing it at all. It's just, you know, you just can't base. I can't bring myself to kind of do it. Like, I'd rather just avoid doing chainmail full stop. So I do tend to pick the path of least resistance and do something that doesn't need it. It's really hard to get the same look that let's say if we go back to the footsore ones. Like, I know this stuff paints well. And it reads as chainmail, doesn't it? You know what I mean? And trying to do that in digital is really difficult, short of physically doing what I was doing before, and sculpting it in. So like I don't know if you watched it before, but my kind of technique for it was this basically. So I would literally do this, and overlap the one ring with the next one, and then overlap the next one with the next one, and so on, starting at the bottom and then the next row. And this gives you the closest I've found to the actual painted effects of traditionally sculpted chainmail. But it's time consuming because you're literally sculpting every single ring one at a time. But what I found is by the time I've faffed around with insert meshes and nano meshes and noises and all that kind of stuff, I could have just done this anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like you get a feel for it, you get on a roll, and it's kind of a turn your brain off and just do it kind of task. Yeah, it takes a long time, it does. There you go, so you get a good chainmail effect with that, and it paints really nicely. But like I say, it is an absolute killer. And if you've got a lot of it to do, like when I did my ogre for the Saracens, and I had loads of chainmail on it, and it was an ogre, so it was massive. God, that was painful. That was. Do you know what I mean? That was really difficult to kind of sit and concentrate on and focus on it for that amount of time to be able to kind of just do it. So, because I'm just going to adjust the cushions on my chair because my arse has gone to sleep while I make a coffee. So, just bear with me a second. Definitely need to invest in one of those coccyx cushions. Oh, see, I've given up trying to compete with the big studios, mate. And this is where I'm up to at the moment. It's kind of, I know I'm not going to be able to compete putting out enormous quantities, because these Titan Forge and Epic and all these other people, they've got 15 guys on the payroll making miniatures and stuff, so the individual workloads from any one sculptor is not that immense. But obviously for an individual independent sculptor like myself and like you, we end up kind of like on burnout if we try and do the same kind of thing. So you can't compete in that the same way. So I've gone down the route of, I will make myself more accessible. I'll be there, and the patrons and anybody who wants to support me can get access to me, can talk to me, chip in and help design the models, and contribute to that side of things. But even if I just graft and do it, I rely a lot on commission work every month. So I need to focus on like client work, because the Patreon stuff's dropped off a little bit now. It's not as easy to earn a living doing the Patreon, so I need the client work to keep me ticking over. But I've set my own store up now, so my own web store. Wait a second, I'm just going to run the thing. I'll carry on talking, but so I've run my own web store now. That's up and live, and I'm selling all of the stuff directly. So anybody that buys from my web store is paying me directly. What's the Forest Dragon? Is that another creator, or are you literally talking about a Forest Dragon? So the problem is, again, when you've got, like for me again, as an example I'm familiar with, I've got 2 young kids, and when they're off on half term and stuff, they're around me all the time. And I don't know if you've got kids yourself, but they burn you out, man. They demand your time all the time, so you need to kind of, you need to give it to them, don't you? And It is quite hard sometimes to try and do stuff. Right, I'm going to flip this and I'm going to cheat. Let's duplicate and flip. Let's delete that. Okay, so we merge that down and then merge down to that. Okay, wicked. Yeah, I'm worried. My concern is, like, I try and put a lot of personality and character and stuff into my sculpts, and if I look at some sculptors who have kind of are trying to compete, a lot of the time that kind of stuff can suffer. Like the actual, like the posing, for example, becomes quite static, because they're making a model in T-pose and they don't pose the legs or whatever, you know what I mean? Or there's a lot of formula in there that you see over and over again. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, I'm just saying it's not my style. That's not what I've kind of built up and what I've done. And what I've done I don't think really lends itself to doing more kind of faster stuff. I think for me it's going to be a case of run the monthly stuff, drop in some Kickstarters to help with the funding, to bring extra cash in, and keep pushing the website direct, because the monthly sales are doing alright and the resin sales are going well, so I just need a bit more of it and a bit more. Oh god, that's merged all together. Let's just make sure that's on group before we do it. I just need a bit more on the publicity and that, if you like. Oh, so the buyers tend to go for static. So the ones I've spoke to, they've come to me because they like the dynamic ones. But again, I don't know if you're talking like niches. Do you know what I mean? If there's it's always hard, isn't it? And you'll get one person who'll pipe up and they'll be like, shouting really loud about how much they love X, Y, and Z, and they really, really want such and such, and you end up listening to them, and ends up not actually getting you anywhere because they've described a very specific niche. I mean, if it Raging Heroes are too dynamic, I kind of get what you mean, but. I think my biggest criticism of a lot of models is that they're not miniatures. You know what I mean? A lot of models you see out there, Varus miniature, I don't think I have actually. Is it good? Is it worth seeing? Dwarf clans. I can click on that from here. Let's have a little gander at that. Oh yeah. Are these not just like carbon copies of the old school GW stuff? Because they really remind me of like the 90s Games Workshop original kind of dwarfs, really. But I've used the same head and everything. They haven't even bothered to customise them, have they? They've literally copied the faces and same hoods, same cloaks. There's minimal sculpts there. I feel like I'm cheating if I do that. But equally, I mean, if you look at the Kickstarter now, I mean, it's been running for, how long is it going for? 16 days to go. And they're on at $4.5 grand. So it's not a bad, you know, bad return on it. But equally, the last time I did one of these Kickstarters for the model I'm doing now was this one. So this Kickstarter did 3,500, and I barely advertised it. I didn't do any paid advertising through my manufacturer or anyone else. And I did £3,500 off this one model. So it's one of these things. It was an experiment for me. But an experiment I think paid off, and I want to see if I'm hoping I can replicate the success of that with this Warlock model. Because I'd rather do an army. I'd rather do a single model than an entire army. To kind of, you know, put the effort in here, if you like, rather than kind of burning out trying to make a thing. Because I did the Kingdom of Talarius as well. And that one was good. So which one's that? Unlike you, no one knows this author. Oh, you mean the actual sculptors? The actual sculptors, like, completely unknown. I'm a big name, am I? Man, that's news to me. I'd love to think that's true, but I thought I'd been sculpting for 20 years and no one knew who I was. Now, when the whole thing first started out, I used to get name dropped an awful lot with you know, in any of the forums and stuff. And then as soon as like Loot Studios came and oh mate, you're flattering me now. I'm blushing. Thank you. But yeah, as soon as the whole COVID things happened and then the market boomed and whatnot, it's one of those things that just, you know, it became harder then to stay afloat in the market and you know, actually kind of be seen. And I think it just kind of, my name stopped getting mentioned in the groups and the forums and stuff back then. And any time anybody says where'd you get your STLs from, it was Loot Studios, because you get, you know, 100 models a month for $10 or whatever. So it was, you know, I was there at the beginning, but the support's not what it once was, which is unfortunate, you know. But it is just one of them things. I think it's changing markets, isn't it? I need to catch up with Duncan actually and see how he's doing lately. I haven't spoken to him for a while. I think I last spoke to him when he was struggling with that the GW thing, you know, when they hit him with a cease and desist for his Titan, his Elder Titan. It was a lovely model, but I think he'd have had a real hard time trying to claim it wasn't a GW jobby. Right, how to do this? Page. So I need to do, I'm going to use the inflate brush, I think. I'm going to use the Y symmetry. Let's turn that off because I don't want that for a start. Oh god, hang on, let's I've screwed up something here. Okay, right, got it now. Let's do a run down here. Let's turn that intensity down. And again, I apologise, there probably are better ways of doing this. But once again, I'm going cack-handed in the... oh god. I'm going cack-handed and doing it the most clunky, awful bloody way that's possible. Oh, is that so so severe? Ah, go away. So I'm going to just trim the edge off here now. Don't want this to be running backwards a touch. We're going to just bring that back. H polish that. Yeah, no worries, Stan. Thank you for joining me again, and thanks for the tips and the chat. It's been helpful. I've enjoyed myself. Hope you have too, and enjoy the rest of your day, matey. Come back anytime. Always welcome, mate. I'll post your work in the chat as well, in the Discord. Anytime you want to, use the self promo channel, and you can plug away, mate. Okay, right. So I've got pages in my book now. Check that out. Right, let's do a copy of that page because I've again stuffed it up and I've done this wrong. Gone about this the wrong way. Let's duplicate that. Let's flip it 180. Okay, so let's just pop this in here. Let's do a dynamesh of groups, and that will... I'll do all this horrible stuff here. What's going on? Oh god. Okay, let's just carve that bit out, and I think we're okay. Okay, right, so the book is done. I need to do a page turning in the book. So we'll just put one additional square in there. So I'll use insert cube. Flatten that right down. Right, this is going to be a tricky one because if I'm going to do this properly, it needs to be thin, but it also needs to be it needs to be, let me have a little look at my picture reference. Clicking the wrong things. Pointy, how you doing, chap? How you doing? So I'm just trying to figure out which side this thing needs to go onto. Whilst also realising it's freezing cold in the office. Give me a second. Pop the heating up just a touch. Take the draft out. How are you doing today, Pointy, anyway? Okay, let's get some, right, if I put it, yeah, I've got it the wrong way, typical. Let's go there, and then I'm going to mask the sofa a bit. Again. Oops. I think I need to take that out. You streaming today, Pointer? Let's take this out, and I need to do all this crap down now. Right, Z modeler. Let's crease the edge. Oh no, I don't want the edge, I want the edge loop. There we go. 2 creased edges. So hopefully when I smooth this now, oh no, I need to crease the corners too. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to delete some poly groups here because it's going to give me more to do otherwise. Okay, now I can do my single edge crease. Oh god, I don't want to delete, I want to crease edge. 1, 2, 3. I'll come up to this side as well. God, it feels like a mile away, this does. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do the bottom edge there. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Good. There we go. So divide that a few times. Okay, and now I should have a lovely smooth page with sharp edges that I can dynamesh. Let's turn that off. There we go. And I can fill it with the paint and the let's do the painting bit. Let's do mRGB fill. No, I don't want a metal. Basic material for that. Let's fill that. We'll fill that. Okay, so the paper is now basic. And then this turning page, I just want to flip the corner up a bit. So this is the top of the book. Okay, it's a bit of a pig's ear way of doing it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because it will get the job done, it just won't be the prettiest way of doing it. But if I spend too long thinking about it, it's going to take me too long and be detrimental to the whole project. Oh god, you moved over, didn't you? You finding it better over on YouTube, are you, than on Twitch? Funny enough, I get more chat from Twitch, but my following has gone up faster on YouTube than it does on Twitch. So I don't even know how many followers I've got on Twitch at the moment. Hey Nerd Harder, how you doing? Enjoyed your stream last night. It's nice seeing you working. Thought I'd better drop in. I didn't realise I weren't following you already. You're just waking up. Yeah, just before I jumped on your stream last night, I'd literally just done a bit of work on this model. So I spent a couple of hours just painting, I think, just, well, digitally painting rather than painting. And I got the notification that you were running just as I was about to log off. Okay, so let's move that book now. Let's position it. This is where we're up to. Right, no symmetry on. So I need to position this book so it looks like it's levitating. So I want it to look like a magical book. Well, it is a spell book, you know what I mean, but I want it to look like it's actually, like she's magically page turning. Yeah, every time I log on to Twitch, all I ever see is like the recommendations are crap. Like they never give you like recommendations based on anything you actually watch. I always see there's a couple. I say that, I say they never do, but there's always, in amongst all the things, there's always the bikini girls with a hot tub. And I can't fathom who's watching that, because it's just nonsense. Right, so I think I'm gonna try and do it so it looks like, so this corner of the sofa, sorry, the corner of the book is touching the sofa here, but then it's going to be free hanging and free supporting beyond that. But the thing is, I don't even watch them. I see them pop up in the feed, and they there's always at least one there. Amaranth usually, and I'm just sitting there thinking, who, like, you know full well that Twitch is, if they even did get naked in any way, shape or form, they're going to get a Twitch ban anyway. So they're clearly not going to do anything. So what all these people think they're going to get out of it by sitting and watching is beyond me. I don't understand why people think they're... Oh yeah. That's it, they want you to... And that's it, they're pushing it, because these creators, I imagine, are picking up the big fees, aren't they? Going to make the book a touch smaller, I think, actually. That's quite a big... That's better. That's a more palatable sized book. Let's bring it down a touch so there's more of the book in contact with the sofa. I've been multi-streaming the whole time I've been on it, so I'm streaming to Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So trying to kind of like hedge my bets, and I'm not monetizing Twitch actually. I haven't got any I haven't got any what do you call it? I can't even think what you call it now. I've got no like ads or anything running, so there's nothing on my Twitch to monetize it for unless somebody subs. But I haven't even got any perks for them to sub really, so it's more just getting people to watch it and see my content and kind of come on and have a go at buying some stuff really. Right, so the book's done, the tea's done, the skirt's done. Right, belts now, belts. Let's get a cylinder in, let's bring it over here, let's give it a material. We're going to give it the basic material, which it's already got, that's fine. I'm going to dark colour, so that will do nicely, I think. Oh, do I? Is that like the one at start, when you start though? Because I had a look at the monetization thing and I saw it and it was like, you have to put something like 6 minutes of ads every hour or something like that, and I was like, yeah, nah, I ain't having that. I'd rather people can watch and chat and, you know, have consistency than cut them off for 6 minutes every hour for the sake of appeasing Twitch's advertising conditions. So you're painting at the moment anyway, dude? Is that a new one, or is that? I'm sure I've seen a few people posting this. Have they released a new plastic kit of him or something like that? Or? Yeah. They've done Magnus as well, haven't they? I saw. But he's on your painting desk, isn't he? Isn't he like 80 quid or something like that, or like mega expensive for the one model in plastic? Oops. Well, I really need to turn this sofa off actually, because it's doing my head in now. It's really getting in the way. So, let me just turn the sofa off. God, 95 quid. I don't know how they can justify that for a single model. Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand if it's like a, you know, I know Magnus is a big model. But that's a lot of Wonga in it for a single figure. But they'll have done calculations on it, I'm sure. It'll be all based on how many they think they're going to sell, how much profitability is in it, how much the toolings cost them, etc. But is it the same? Is it the same Forge World one that they've just remade it, or? Oh, so they've clearly sold enough now then. Oh, it's a demon version. So we've got one belt, we've got let's put a cube in again. Oh, I hate it when that happens. Try to work on something and then you grab the wrong bit and it goes to pop. Right, now I am going to have to correct this because, as many artists do, the belt buckle in the in the image is actually backwards. So, back to front belt buckles is a big thing in miniature sculpting, in art in general. Everybody does it. I'm here like a prat. I've put the I've put the belt bit on the wrong tool. Alright, so that little belt buckle needs to go down onto the belt. Right, the belt needs an MRGB fill along with the buckle. Okay. What's the buckle? I need to bend it. Let's polish that. Let's correct that little. Oh God. Let's turn MRGB off. Let's go and correct that issue in the corner where the geometry is going to squiff. To move that at some point as well. let's divide this a second. Right, so let's do this bit here, so there like that. Okay, sound, I'm happy with that. Let's do an extract on that. We'll do actually let's delete that. Let's go back to this one. Let's bump the smoothing up like we did in the previous one. Let's extract it, and that's much better already. So we'll have that. I'm going to fill that with the gold colour, so I need to go and nab that from the sofa that I've hidden. Oh no, I can get it from the book. I'll get it from the book. So let's go for metal, MRGB, and we're going to fill objects with the metal. Okay, we're going to go back to basic material. Right, I'm just going to come onto the clothing here, because I've noticed the straps here and the bra bit, every time I do this, they end up with the wrong material. So I'm filling them, but they're only being filled with the they're only being filled with the what do we call it now? The material, not the colour. And this one now, I'm going to go to them. I'm going to put them on. They need an MRGB fill, so I want them to have the metallic as well. Okay, that is much better. Get in there now. Okay, let's just bring that out a touch so it's not intersecting. Right then, so I need my buckle tool. So I'm just going to import a buckle. In fact, let me just save the file first. So, look, I've done a lot without saving, which is dangerous. Import sculpt library buckle 2. Let's just type it. Buckle only. Okay, let's fill with the MRGB. I can copy this. Then we can go back in here and paste it in. So this is going to come in massive. Do you know what I've just done? I've put the bloody book all around literally the exact same way that I was supposed to not put it. It's typical, isn't it? Okay, so we go back onto here now. I'm going to just pull this just a touch here. Let's just add to this, I think I'm going to add a cube. Then we've got these little clasp things. Now these clasps are... Right, I'm going to use a cylinder. Right, so this is going to be... best way of doing this. Divide it a few times, dynamesh it with the polish on. I'm going to slice the top and the bottom off. Dynamesh again with groups. Delete hidden. And then I want to take I'm going to take this part here. Let's get some symmetry on first. X, Y symmetry. I'll take this bit. I'm just going to yank this straight up here. So we're going to actually let me duplicate it first. Right. Now I'm going to do what I was just doing. I'm going to re-dynamesh. I'm going to polish the corner. Right, I want Y, is it? Yeah. Y symmetry on. I'm just going to polish this to a point. Just there, like that. Perfect. Retop of that. Right, now this one, I want to bring this out here. Shrink it down, stretch it this way, and I want to, yes, that's it, mirror and weld. I'll take off local, mirror and weld. Let's just go there, I think. Yeah, perfect. So we're going to bring that one down, so that's the subtraction mesh. This is the master mesh. We're going to merge down. There we go, perfect. And I just need to gouge that little section in the middle. So we'll just take it down like that. Okay. And I'm just going to trace the edges. That's unscript that and then run that again. Perfect. Right, I'm going to paint these before I copy them because I need 2 of them, so it makes sense to at least just have them painted a bit. So I'll use my darker colour. Oops. Let's turn lazy myself. Oh, get lost. Come on. Oh. What's going on? Why can't I paint on it? Right, this way. Okay, so we're going to fill object with a material, mRGB. Then I'm going to switch the colour, and there we go. Why I'm bothering to paint the underside, no one's going to see it, it's going to be embedded into the model. Let's just tidy up the messy over spell. Let's get that back to the main sofa. Let's turn the sofa back on a sec, because I need the... Actually, we can use the book again. Again, we can pick the paint colours and we can touch up the colours anytime we need to. It's not a drama. Slightly cheaty doing that anyway, because I'm doing kind of a non-metallic effect, but I'm doing it with metallic material. going to do here, I'm just going to use the crease tools. Not creases, the that's it. Rosie, how you doing, matey? Hope you're keeping well, sir. Oh, God, I'm aching today. Okay, so we're starting to get all the final details in now, I think, on the crosses on our skirt. Let's get them on. They're really simple to do. Quick win. I said earlier on about take the easy wins to give yourself a little bit of a moral G up. What are you up to today, Rosie? Anything nice? It's lunchtime already. It is actually, yeah. So, enjoying myself too much. I'm taking my eye off the ball on the time. Let's get that onto there. Fill this cross. I don't know if to make these crosses conform to the material shape, or should they be just kind of like stitched on loose or what? I think I might actually just have them tacked on. Okay, so there is a tool in ZBrush called the Matchmaker tool. I might pop that there. Let's try it, let's see if it works. So we'll put it roughly to the shape, or to the position where I want it. This one I think I might make a touch smaller. Basically, I'll save it first because again, if it crashes or I screw it up, at least I can backtrack. Right, so let's go for brush. I want the one called Matchmaker. I will say I've not had tremendous success with this brush in the past, so we'll see how it goes. So in theory, I put it on there and I draw it out. That totally didn't work, did it? Let's take the RGB out. Let's do Z add. And Z sub it is then. Let's do the intensity down. Let's dynamesh these two things first, actually, because they're not working because there's no resolution there. Mate, this mini is going to be available as soon as I finish it on here. So, and I mean literally, once the painting's finished, the Kickstarter's going live. I just literally need to get this thing rendered. So I've got marketing and promo images. So a couple of passes of this now, and that will kind of help. Oh god, that has really not worked, has it? Just do it the bloody manual way then. Yeah, Rosie, as soon as it's ready, I'll give you a shout and let you know. Kickstarter indeed. Little mini one. So I did the Barbarian before and did about $3.5 grand or something like that. So I'm kind of hoping to jump on the coattails of that one and make a bit of one go on this one. I think she'll do quite well. Okay, so we go for that's a bit out. What, the Kickstarter platform you mean has changed, or? Right, straps then. As much as I loathe it, I think I'm going to have to use the strap brush for this. Yeah, it didn't seem too different when I was on there setting the Kickstarter profile for this one up, but again, that doesn't mean anything, does it? Really? I just don't feel like it's changed an awful lot. Or if it has, it's like they've been minor improvements. I mean, from when I ran the Kingdoms Hilarious to when I did the Barbarian Kickstarter, there wasn't a lot of change. That was about a year apart. And then setting this one up again doesn't seem an awful lot different. That's going to come this way a bit. But again, in the grand scheme of things, it don't really matter anyway, does it? It's the platform is what it is. It's always been the same, really. Just obviously a lot of them lately, it's become more of a pre-order than an actual Kickstarter. What am I doing? Come on, sort it out. Hey, you bunker. You weren't playing rough games with him, were you? Nothing too kinky or anything, I hope. Right, this curve strap thing actually isn't working too bad. I'm pleased I went with this rather than doing what would normally be my instinct and ignoring the curve brushes. I need the sofa on here though, so we find a sofa and turn it back on. Oh, nice. You're right then, Rosie. Not concussed or anything, need to see a doctor or anything. Oh, no, stop that. What the bloody hell happened with that one? That is just ridiculous. Stop it. Let's be sensible about this, yeah? Hey, suffer with vertigo, do you, mate? I get my wife checked out for that. She's got an appointment with the doctors. Supposed to be in this week, actually. But she's having trouble walking in a straight line lately, so every time we go out anywhere, she like veers off to the left all the time. She like ends up walking in bushes and things. And they reckon that's vertigo. What friggin' hell happened then? Right, it says one. I'm happy with that one, that can stay there. Do another one go this way. That's fine. I'll do another one go this way. Yeah, she has the same thing, mate, with dizziness and things like that. Random spells of dizziness, and then what do we call it then? Can I do anything about it? Is it like something that's treatable, or is it like you've got to live with it? Right, so let's auto group this. Let's get some fine positioning done, and then we'll do the get the painting done on it then. Bit of texturing and stuff like that. Right, yeah. So they can do a temporary treatment for it, but not a permanent type thing. The missus will be gutted about that. She's really kind of suffering with it. Oh, thanks for the info, Rosie. I won't tell her. Don't upset her. They've got about 5 or 6 different things they think it could be down to, you see. So one of them is the vertigo. The second one is this thing called gluten ataxia. Basically that is something that causes the vertigo. The vertigo is like a symptom of it. So we've got to have a very strict gluten-free diet at the moment, trying to figure that one out and see if that can help. So apparently if we go 6 weeks without doing any gluten whatsoever with her, then she should have had enough of a break, and if the symptoms start alleviating, we know that's the problem, and then we just got to keep her off gluten forever then. Which, you know, it's crap, but it's not the end of the world, is it? It's better than being stuck with vertigo just all the time, no matter what. You know what I mean? So we shall see. Right, yeah. Well, they've got to do the the actual investigations with it yet. Also, we got the first appointment with the doctor. Oh, I want to say it's like a week. The kids are back at school, so like next week sometime. So hopefully we start getting some answers, but we'll see. No, she doesn't do veganism or any of that kind of business. I'll say we've been doing gluten free for a while now, because obviously some of the things she's been having going on we thought might have been down to the the gluten making her laggy. But yeah, in the way it's kind of come about, it's looking a possibility for her that the gluten is the issue, but we just don't know at the moment. Like I say, it's nothing they can even test for, so it's something you've got to just try. You just got to try the diet and see how it goes. Might be worth you looking into, actually, mate. Have a look at gluten ataxia, I think it's called. Have a look at that and see if that matches any of your symptoms, and see if that might kind of correct it. Because again, if it's a gluten-free diet is all that's needed to kind of set you straight, it's worth the sacrifice of a bit of cake, isn't it? And I will say the gluten-free stuff I've been making for her, and I think is right. Nah, she doesn't do any diets or anything like that. We eat sensibly. She eats the same things I do, but probably a bit more chocolate. So what? So the Atkins diet is a fix for it, is it, for the gluten ataxia? Let's do some divisions on this. Ooh, what happened now? It did not work as I was intending. I'll have to go and do. Oh god, I'm going to have to do it on all of them. Knackers. Okay, here we go. Yeah, she does like a bit of chocolate, but Hayley does. So what you're saying then, Atkins removes anything with carbs, so bread, roots, veggies like carrots and potatoes. I don't know how she'd get on with that, to be honest. She's not a major meat eater. She'd kind of take it or leave it, you know what I mean? Let's just push them in a touch, because I think they're just protruding through a little bit too much. Let's try and do the divisions now. Divide, divide. Yep, that is much better. Okay, so take these straps now. We're going to take that buckle that I bought in earlier. So I'm going to paint the buckle first. Hang on a second. Oh crikey, that's a little bit high then, isn't it? That's the kind of phrase that's going to fill you with dread, isn't it, of the doctors? Yeah, you're well outside of the normal range for a human being. Whoops. Yeah, it definitely sounds like there's going to be some issues there. Turd. Right, now I can duplicate that. I can go and bang it onto all the other straps here. Cheers, Rosie. It's going to be a bigger model, so you can carry it on this. So if it's going to be a smaller one, you're wasting your effort doing it. So it's kind of about being smart with it as well. So you don't want to put detail in that isn't going to be, you know, used or seen or anything. So. I was going to do it all as one piece, if I'm honest. No, the character will probably be one piece, the pillows will probably be a separate bit, and then the sofa will be one piece. 75mm total, so that'll be the actual scale of it. But in terms of how big it's all going to be, I don't even know yet. Need to have a check. Let's just drag this down a bit so it fits a little bit better. What's going on? Oh. There's me wondering what's going on with it, and the bloody buckle's a mile away. So, do you know what? Let me grab the ruler into the scene and we'll have a little look and see how big she is. So that's 100mm, the ruler there, so that's 10 centimeters tall. Ah. So sofa is, I'm going to call it about, give or take about 10 centimeters across. Yeah, the chaise will be a separate furniture piece. So will the table, I think. So yeah, so we've got, what's that? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So 70mm tall in total. And then the actual sofa piece is about 10 centimeters across. And then if I duplicate that again. No, she's 10, 20, 30, 40mm deep. So you want that in inches. That's so 5 is 2 inches. So she's about 3 inches tall by about, what's that? By about 4 inches long. She's 3 by 2, like a bit of wood. There we go. So the belts. I'm going to quickly pick that belt colour, change back to basic material, and then do an mRGB fill. Yep, that's it. Correct. Where's my music gone? I tell you, you two. Do a material fill on these. Oh, jeez, no, not, an M only, sorry, a material only fill, because there was a weird glitch then when I turned it from to basic. Let's do the same on that. that strap. So let's put a buckle on this bit here as well now, and then we'll call that done for the buckles. Right, I just want to check. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I've managed to get that into the, yeah, it's touching the bottom of the buckle. That's all I wanted. I want to make sure there's a, the same here. I'm going to lift this up just a touch so it touches the buckle at the back, because I can't see anything, so it's difficult. I feel like I'm nearly there with her actually. I think I want to leave the tail off. I think if I put the tail on it's going to cause me issues, but I don't know if I should or not. Let me do a quick crude search on Tinternet to see, do tieflings have tails? Yes, they do. Duh. I think, yeah, do it a bit more relaxed, so it's kind of coming down over the, along with the skirt down there over the leg, and then drooping off the end. It says the tail's prehensile, so it could be up here holding the what do you call it? The teapot. In fact, if I use it to hold the teapot, then that might actually it might actually help to support the teapot. Let's give it a go. Let's try it. Go on, let's attach this to your bump. So we'll bring the tail out there. It's going to go up. So yeah, I've got to. I'm just doing a taper on it at the moment. I'm just trying to bring the. I don't want it to be too fat, but I don't want it to be too thin either. So I'm just testing it out, see where it's going to work. But I think maybe that one. Ah, turd. Let's sort that out, because that's no good for a start. Let's lock, start, lock, end. I can't even tell you how much I hate working with curves in ZBrush. Yep, correct. Very good. Very, very good. Let's do it. Did I have bend start, bend end on? Don't laugh at that, please. bend then, that's why I couldn't turn the end. Oh, there's no spanner in there, mate. I can extend the tip a bit, so it's fine. There we go. And what I'll do then is I'll just bring that round, reshape that a touch. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Ah, get away. Okay, so that was not as actually painful as I thought it was going to be. I'm quite pleased with that. And gents, thank you for your input on that, because that's... Ah, shit, what's happened? I'm pleased with that, and it looks good. Oh, do you know what he might have done? Didn't he end up trapped in a teapot at some point, or was that just a barrel or something? Okay, so let's just make sure the ass part of this has stayed where it was supposed to stay. What's he doing? Why's it got two? Oh, two. What is going on? Oh yeah, that was it. The ale barrel. I do love the old school Robin Hood. Because there was Robin Hood, and then there was the Black Cauldron, wasn't it? That was the other one. And Sword and Stone, of course. The best ones. We watched Robin Hood and Sword and Stone with Jacob a while back, and he loved both of them. We watched the Black Cauldron quite a while ago, though. I don't think you'll remember that one. Maybe you want to watch again. Yeah, classic, aren't they? Let's split the one last point off here. Whilst the tail is its own thing. Sorted, jobs are good. Let's get a little devil tip on that tail. Because if nothing else, it's going to stop it from being too... Anime Olympics. I'm not sure what that one is, mate. What was that one? Was that one of these like Fantasia type ones that they did that when they were trying some different stuff? Right. Guys, I've got to ask you as well, do you think her skin is too bright? Should I mute the colour down a little bit, because it's feeling quite bright to me when I look at it on this stream, but on my actual tablet it looks okay. I was going to brew a coffee, guys, okay, so bear with the noise. Does it look okay is the main thing though. I kind of don't really mind if it's bright, do you know what I mean? But it's, yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, I'll just shout to Bunky in the meantime. Thanks for joining again. Thanks for your assistance, mate. Much appreciated. Well, you enjoy your afternoon, matey. Okay. So I'm gonna symmetry that. Yeah, me too, mate. Not quite black and white, but I do use values more than I use colour, because I'm colourblind. So this part is always a struggle for me. Ah, turds, come on. Oh, do you know, let's make it heart shaped, why not? Take it easy, Rosie, mate. Let's make her tail heart shaped. There we go. It's a bit late for Valentine's, but whoops. Oh, yeah, delete the level, sorry. Well, that's something I don't want, isn't it? Why has the tail got an internal geometry? That's weird. She is coming on really nicely. I'm really happy with the way she's going so far. Pretty pleased with this one so far. This is looking good. Now her hair. What do I do with the hair? She's got it pulled back. Do I do it in a kind of a, I don't know, like a tied up kind of bun at the back of her head? Do I do a big plait dropping down the back? I want something cute and classy. I think I'll have to take a quick break because I've got to go and put a chicken in the oven for dinner. So, guys, I'm going to put you on a BRB for a minute, okay? I won't be too long. Oh, drop my glasses. I'm going to leg up the house, get my chicken on, and then I will be back down to resume, okay? So I'll leave you with my my BRB screen, and I'll see you shortly. Okay. back and I am freezing my ass off. Oh. Hayley just came back from Solihull with the kids. Didn't want to stop at the house because she ran to her mum's house. And she's like, oh, I'm just coming up the road. Can you just grab the kids' tablets and my laptop and run them out in a bag and just wait outside for me? So I went out the front. And she only stopped at the bloody shop, didn't she, to go and get milk and stuff without telling me she was doing it. So I'm divvying out the front. In t-shirt and jeans, and it's about 10 degrees outside, so it's all right in a hoodie, but my hoodie's on the back of my chair. Warm hands on this coffee and then I'll get sculpting again. Oh. Okay, right then, so where do we get to? So I've got her rendered up nice. Still need to do table leg. I need to do her feet, and we need to make her body more uniform. So I say more uniform. Thanks, Bunker. I actually just mean like blending it all together and sculpting it all in. So I think for the, I want to try and get a whole body, get a whole model printed as one piece. I think. For the actual character piece, and then the sofa can be a separate piece, the table can be a separate piece, the rat can. Okay. Okay, right then. So to do next, then I need to paint the belts. I need to work on the belts. Let's do them. Okay, so I want a decent brush size. I want the poly grouping off, clay tool on, and I need to make sure RGB's off. And I'm just going to just do a quick down the centre, just a little dimple. Oh, I accidentally merged everything together. What happened? back to the drawing board with him. I quite like the belt with the skin shader actually. Let's roll with that. It changes up the material textures a little bit, the material patterns. Okay, so we're gonna with the grouping on, we've got it dynameshed, so we're good. All that faffing and tweaking I did with this belt down here. That one and that one. I just need to use the inflate tool in the end to round them off a bit. And just do the same around the back. Okay, so next thing I need to do . So I need to take the one at a time. I'm just going to go inverted. I want to just carve a little groove channel out the middle. That is horrible for me. Okay, right, so that's all the belts, all the straps, everything is all done. I need to just pull these up to there, try the surface again, because I've basically just pressed them down too far now. Okay, so I need a highlight colour for the leather now. So I'm going to switch colours. I'm going to match the colour, but then I'm going to zoom in. Oh god, I can't do it there like that. That's stupid. Go for that. Okay. Let's get my paintbrush. I can't even see if that's doing anything. No, it's not, because I haven't even got I haven't even got RGB on. Ah. That's a bit too... I want it to be more grey. Better. So I'm going to use a light grey as a... So the greyish... A greyish brown here as a highlight. I'm saying greyish. I'm only saying greyish because I went towards the grey spectrum on the thing. I don't actually think it looks grey. But again, we established earlier I'm colourblind. I'm not the best for this kind of thing, so it could be green or anything. Bunker, if you see me using a really stupid colour combination, please call me out on it. I did once wear a pink shirt with a black and teal coloured tie. And I did it because I thought the pink shirt was white. It was very pale. It wasn't until I got home and Hayley turned around to me and went, "You look like an idiot, what are you doing?" Oh, so that is a bygone era because I don't wear ties to work anymore for obvious reasons. Not least that I hate them. When you're your own boss and you're sitting in an office at the bottom of the garden all day, wearing a tie feels redundant. now I want to take the mid brown I've got here. I want to darken that down even more. Virtually black. Oops. I think the only thing I really need to do here now, pretty happy with those straps. We've got the straps, we've got the buckles, we've got everything else in place there. I need to, that's what I need to do. Let's fill that. Right, I need to find something, so bear with me 1 second. Bear with me a second, guys. So for God's sake. Of course it's right there in front of me the whole time. So I need to duplicate that now. I want to mirror it on the... Oh god, no, I've got it completely wrong already. Okay, so this is mirror on the y-axis. Okay, and now I need to duplicate that, bring it over here. I'm going to mirror it on the y-axis again. So let's just remove these feet for a second. split hidden. Well, let's divide these a couple of times now. Oh, God. Split hidden there. Let's take the remaining clothes. I'll split them off. Okay, now I need to add the feet on. And we need to merge this whole thing together. So I'm going to duplicate this first so I don't stuff it up. And now we're going to take the remaining stuff, bump this up to 1,000 odd. Let's try if I do that with the polish mesh. Does that change it or something? No, I'm just going to use. Right, I'm just going to do normal dye mesh. I'm not going to spend lots of time doing the bits I can't see. Let's come in and do the hands. There's a little bracelet around the wrist in a bit. And I've really mangled the knee on this one leg. Let's just sort that out. Stop it looking hideous and deformed.
What happened there? That's never right, is it? Okay, so now I need to Oops. Almost did this with the wrong brush again. Okay, so I want RGB intensity down on this one a little bit. Oh, you ball bag. What have I lost? Right, everything I did on a body. See if my quick save has recovered that last bit. No. Oh, that's crushing. The feet aren't even on this one. Oh my god, they're not this one either. Oh, what a turd. Oh, it's not even a free to use program, mate. It was like, to buy the license when I bought it in 2010 cost me 700 quid. So it's not like it was a free program. The problem is it's just really unstable. Don't know if you can see up the top here. We're up to a file size of 41 million polys on this whole scene, and unfortunately, that doesn't even matter as far as what causes it to crash. I don't even know what it is that makes it happen, mate. It just every so often it'll just crap out straight to desktop with no warning whatsoever, and it doesn't even appear to be related to what you're doing necessarily, which is the worst thing. Okay, so let's just. Yeah, mate, and the worst thing is, it's never been any better than this as well. This is just the standard you expect from it. All the improvements they've made to it over the years, and they've made a lot. They've done a lot of development work. And even in spite of the constant crashing and the issues, it's still my favourite program to use. I've tried a couple of other things, and nothing else just really comes close to the kind of the level of intuition you get with ZBrush. I think it's one of them. If anybody's ever kind of contemplating going into sculpting, anybody who wants to get into sculpting miniatures, there are other options available, but I think you'd be kind of foolish to even consider them, to be honest. For save. This thing, you learn to save often and let your autosaves roll, but every so often when I'm on a roll, you just want to kind of crack on and get things moving. Like I can feel the end in sight, do you know what I mean, with this one, so it's like I want to just kind of crack on and get it done. Yeah, literally, mate. It's just save. Just save regularly, save often. And There's silly things like what I've just done there, mate, where you can see like I'm switching between tools. That is the kind of silly stuff that makes the software crash. Well, let's try to sort this knee out before I merge everything back together now. So. Go for about 1,000 bits of Dynamesh, 1,000 points of Dynamesh. Let's get the size down on this so it blends everything in nicely without giving me too much issue with topology. No, that was the thing as well. I need to adjust the sleeve again because it didn't save that either. give the legs a quick smooth over just to get the details in. Smooth everything back. Did I merge? I didn't even merge the feet, dude. Oh, what am I doing? Oops, just lost the toes then. Oh dear. Right, I think I've actually done enough on her now that I can start setting up the Kickstarter page, get that ready to rock, publish it. These little bits are going to be added as stretch goals anyway, so they can go in after the event. So she's the main event there. So I can get the page live with her while I work on these bits, and then good. Just need to get a little bit more of the dark green in here. Oops. Totally wrong brush again. I'll save this. I'm paranoid now, I'm going to save after everything. Ah, wrist. No, I don't like that. Something not right with that. Okay, so let's get the little dark bits painted in. Oops. Really must put the paintbrush over on the side there so I don't forget to use it. No worries, Bunker. I'm going to be knocking it on the head in a second anyway, mate, so I'm going to have to go and get our dinner finished up, so I'm going to call it right now, I think, actually. So, Again, thank you for your assistance today, sir. For your design input, of course. Right, so I'm going to call her done for now. I'm going to sort out another stream tomorrow at some point. It might be the evening. It could be a little bit earlier. Not entirely sure. I've got to do baking with the kids, so we'll make Mummy's birthday cake gluten free for her. So let's see how we get on. If I have time, like I say, I will do a stream tomorrow, but we'll hedge that one. Okay, so thank you all for joining me today. Let me zoom out so we can see what we've been working on. There we go. Right, so thank you all for joining me today again. I'm going to call that one done for the day, and start getting this Kickstarter page prepped, I think. So she just needs hair now. We just need to sort her hair out and finish painting, and we're good. So thanks all again. I'm going to log off, and I will catch you all soon. So see you tomorrow or Thursday. Okay.